was talking about this morning being bullish, but unfortunately we're now in bearish territory and the market is taking off. I mean, this could just be a range day, to be honest, so far. Pretty exciting nonetheless. I'm not taking any trades for a little bit. Gotta see what happens, but if this drops any farther than this, I'll be looking for shorts. Pretty great. Today is the day I become a professional. Finally, after all this time. Trading $75,000 today. As I have been for the past week and a half now. Had some setbacks, but sitting all right. We made about $1,000 yesterday and made back the losses from Tuesday, and now we got to work on our losses from Friday today. But in a comfy spot, having put on $300 some on each of the accounts yesterday. I will be trading a little bit cautious with my risk today, but I think I'll probably be maybe DCAing small entries, and hopefully I'll be holding for more than a few seconds. Good morning, Catherine the Great. Right now we're ranging on the abyss on the shorter term chart. It's just kind of barcoding. As we took VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4 times today, but below VWAP right now. Since this breakout attempt yesterday, it failed. Took VWAP there, took VWAP here, took VWAP right here, and of course this goofy looking trend. And then right before open 7:30, it started dumping off again. We were trying to make this an uptrend day, but that failed miserably, and now we got this big sweeping red run, just kind of similar to this one that happened towards the close yesterday. That whatever it is, concave structure, and they are trying to hold the bottom of the market right now. But this is 1, 2, 3 touches. I'm not sure what's to the left. We got another touch there for that massive trend yesterday. You know, we've been in bearish territory, so ever since the all-time high on the 29th, we've been nicest run we've had in a long time to the upside yesterday. So we'll see what we can do today. I could short this, but you know, I'm still trying to figure out my how I'm gonna trade this. Not today, but like my system in general. You know, I don't want to take any entries based on my great ideas, my great thinking, basically. I want to go until I get some. I want to watch it until I get some real signals to take. And this is, you know, a good signal, but I'm kind of like in this general area in between these liquidity points from 9 a.m. to midnight. A little bit lower actually. It's like right in here. But this zone here is kind of a neutral territory as far as I'm concerned right now. Got a little bounce off the bottom. Basically, we need to be above, you know, we need to be above 824 to really feel like we're bullish. But this is a kind of a huge breakout structure, really. All the price action from after close, trying to break out. This was just the latest breakout failure. And it could zoom all the way back up there. But what I'm hoping to see now is a definitive answer that this is going to be a bearish day. I'm hoping, because I don't want a neutral day, because I'm more comfortable trading directional days. If it goes back into this liquidity again, then I won't feel as comfortable with my trades, I don't think. So I'm just hoping for a release of this level and definitive close, definitive breakout, and then we'll start taking more trades. So far, the bulls have been taking it up off the bottom. They've tried to break out this bottom 4 or 5 times now. These two candles. The VWAP. Non-farm employment. Exactly 6:30 tomorrow, looks like. I think that'll go off because ADP is a private company, not the government. U.S. layoffs for October surged to 2-decade high. Nice. As always, I'm ahead of the curve. Found out about the layoffs years ago. I'm pretty sleepy so far. I've only made a few candles. the short-term chart with just a range here on the bottom of what I would consider my directional bias. A definitive breakout here will have us staying shorts. But in true annoying fashion, the market will probably be like, he figured us out. Let's make this shit as neutral as possible today. Then I'll have to suffer another day of watching his beautiful ideas not being able to be actualized. But we'll see. I think there's more of a chance that I can make money in a bearish market than I can in a bullish market, considering, to be bullish, you'd have to be above this 9 a.m. liquidity figure, which we just printed. So it seems like it's probably a repulsion from that area. In the end, well, just down here too. So we might be searching for that to come in and test this bounce. It's a pretty deep. Pretty deep push down now. I'm loving it. Probably be backed up to 625 when the market decides to bounce. But the deeper it goes, the nicer the directional bias will be. They just bounced it. Wish I had about 2 hours of programming time to work on my studies this morning. I didn't get that. Had a busy morning. Going to the office. Memories of sausage McMuffins on my taste buds. So there's a short entry right here. They don't blow this 614.25, they're going to be going down. I think I already have the perfect system designed in my head. That's why I wanted to have some time to program it. But I figured it out using two different concepts, and combining them together really makes my brain happy. So you would expect them to touch 24, 25, but I would love for this to fail. This level at 598.50. 598.50 is what they're currently fighting over. They're trying to. There was a short entry, and then they kind of closed into that short entry right here. still trying to bring it up off this level at 98.50. So there's the run to 25 that I kind of expected. Selling off pretty good off of it. We're getting close to being able to take shorts, but it's not quite there yet. I want to make sure that, you know, it's actually going to be in bearish territory, because this could just be the beginning of the bearish breakout, which I thought at first was a bullish breakout, but as it goes, it's falling out of it. And they got one run here and one run here, but they are bringing it back up here to the kind of the breakout point. And you know, I think it's a bearish breakout, and you know, breakouts fail, so probably end up in here too before too long, before the final breakout push that ends up making the whole market bearish. You definitely short this, but I could. That's all I'm saying. There it is. I'm gonna go for this peak up here. Let's try it. Oh. It's probably too low, huh? Fucked up. I'm gonna go for VWAP. Probably. Hopefully this thing fucking dies. Yeah, fucked up. Probably is going for VWAP, so hopefully this shit comes down first. Come on, baby. Well, little base hit. There's probably more. Probably fucked up by cutting it, but you know, I'm still getting my feet wet. Look at that. So, you know, that's a good trade, and I was just nervous. So let's get those jitters. Let's get those jitters taken care of. Pretty soon I'll be trading this shit, and you wouldn't even believe it. just be sitting here cool as ice, like my stream. Right in the upper left, it says ice cold. Dang, look at that. Oh, gosh, it's killing me. It's killing me inside to see this. But, you know, it's good because, you know, this is a bearish breakout. So, you know, there'll be a time or a bearish breakout. And it closed above the breakout too. So, like, it was scary because VWAP was right here, 694, and you know, I was concerned that it was gonna keep going to VWAP. Of course, look at this shit. I was literally in at the top of this fucking thing. Unbelievable. Still not in like super bearish territory, so I'm just kind of hoping that it really dumps off. And then once things settle down, we'll play it back and forth. Oh, 120 bucks on this beautiful drop. Could have been done for the day. Yeah. And there's some shit. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, there's going to be more entries, you know. Just maybe not as good as this one is. Yeah, I know. It's kind of that realization I had yesterday. Yeah, we're getting there. Hey, to be honest, you know, I felt like after entering that trade could have went either way, and I think the bias is correct that this is a short day, and you know, sometimes you get the entry, which happened right around here, and then you get like a little like push up that just kind of like makes you shit yourself. And it happens on the long side too. Like, for example, let me see if I can find one. I'll show you a good one right here. Right in this entry, there was a bounce that was on this level, and it took it up, and then if you had bought it, it kept going a little bit, and then, you know, it's like just a little bit extra to make you think, oh shit, are we going back down? And I think this is exactly where Tanya got short. She was short right here and got wrecked. And this is pretty much the inverse of what just happened right here. Gives you a little bit of scary a little bit. But, you know, I just DCA'd and it worked out. Can't even believe it that I cut it right here. You know, it's like I literally cut it at the exact spot where everybody jumped in, because evidenced by the retest of the entry line from this candle, just curled back up, touched the exact spot where I dumped, and then crushed it. And that's kind of what I was talking about this morning. It was like, you know, I'm going to be trading small, but looking for larger targets, because I think I can. And what did I do? I traded big and cut it. This is, you know, just a stone cold trend right now. You know, I could see shorting 577, but you know, 600 from the downside looks better. But the way this is looking, it's just probably going to keep ripping. Tap that NWOG. Last time it did, it took off the rest of the day. So we definitely have to be patient about getting a good short. But the NWOG was off was in bullish territory yesterday, as we had dropped so far down to 284 area, or 280 something, 280s. So that's a good deal away from where we are now. The old all-time high. It's down here. Should bounced off of yesterday, I think. Yeah, fell below and then stymied them. They are bouncing a little bit here off the NWOG. But I think 577 might be the place where I'll be looking to get short. Maybe 87, if it gets there. And the bulls are having a hard time bringing it up, so. Feels good not to feel like I want to long it. It really does feel great. Like, I am not longing this, period. And if you remember, you know, I used to recognize these kinds of trends, and just the ones that just kind of hug the line and deeply pull back. And I would always try to long the bounces and DCA, and you know, you could literally enter one contract here, one contract here, one contract here, all the way down until it bounces and you make 10 grand. But not today. Not today. I'm not going to be catching a knife. It actually kind of clicked what that means. get an entry here soon. You know, might have missed my chance. If you could remember, I was short at the very top of this, and I cut it for a pittance, 20 point. It was a 20 point trade, and you know, normally that's like big time bucks for me, but after seeing this, like it's hard to definitely feeling short FOMO in a way, you know, as this continues to rip. So one of my concerns at this point is that it's fallen so deeply that I miss my opportunity, because you know, like it could turn bullish at a drop of a hat, and you know, for that to happen, it would have to be like 720. So we're like 200 points from 586, 87. Yeah, 250 points from a point where I could say it's bullish. So if I end up just this trend ends up going forever and I never get a good entry to reshort, then you know, it's going to be a long wait for a bullish entry. And like I said, I'm not really interested in trading a neutral market today. Can you believe this, Catherine? Even before my first entry, I was like, today is the day I become a professional, and I was in it. I was so close. If I hadn't have kept going past my first entry, I probably would have been in this trade still. But I guess that's why they do it, and that comes with experience too. You know, the more because like I'm used to DCAing, I know how to DCA, and I am fairly successful with it. What I was missing is the directional bias. Because the same things that, like, you're just thinking, okay, anytime I know how to DCA, so when this bounces, I'll buy it, and then and if it goes against me, I'll buy it again. But on a day like this, it's not a good idea, and I have the checks now to keep me out of those situations, hopefully. Can't even believe this drop. I can't even believe it. Yeah. Let's see how much I would have made on it. If I would have kept it to right here, I would have had 445 points. Actually, double that, because I had 4 contracts. So let's see here. 892 points ish. That's how big that trade was. I had 12? No, I didn't. Oh, it shows I only had 4. Oh well, yeah. I mean, per account, yeah. 4 contracts I had, but 12 over the 3 accounts that I trade. That makes sense. Oh gosh, what a life. let's see. There's another trade, and I wanted to cut it because I think it might try to double touch these things up here. It could just crater. Like I said, I am being cautious for right now. There's more. I mean, it might just keep going from here. So 260-point trades to start the day. It was so weak that it didn't even get to the normal spot that I thought it would have. It's probably just leaving liquidity there for this bounce attempt. I'm pretty excited though because the long, like getting in a trade and holding it, like I've always wanted to do that, and I think that I'll be able to. I should have been in that trade. So they kind of trap the shorts down here at the bottom. See how high they can bring it. Working on another trap. Doubles. Could see a retouch of 577, that original level that I was looking to short when I was talking about bouncing it here. But instead, they dropped it way far, and so now the upside is potential. A lot of upside potential. And VWAP is, I mean, everything's pointing down at a pretty good clip, so. You know, when things are slowly going down, there's less chance of getting screwed on one of these shorts. Another scalp. I was a little late on that one. What is going on here? Why is there a... Why, did I not get in or what? The fuck? Something screwy. Did I not get in on that one? What? What the fuck? Yeah. I don't think I got filled. Somehow. It says I got filled. What the fuck? No, it didn't. It didn't fill me. How the fuck did that happen? This fucking... That sucks. Been having a lot of trouble with rhythmic and it says order sent. Like every time I cancel my orders, it just says order sent. So there must be some rhythmic problem. That sucks, man. There's definitely problems with my broker right now. Sucks. I can't get rid of that order. It's just sitting there. It says order sent. But yeah, I know. It won't go away. It's stuck. One of my accounts just cleared. Like, yeah. Something with my broker. It sucks. Take a profit trader. Two of my accounts have cleared, but the one that's on the screen can't clear it. Dang. Big push. Bulls. Alright, there's a bear trap. It's important to wait for confirmation, and I was doing that. This was a possible short entry, but I had to make sure that it was going to have or at least a red candle. And could be something similar to this, where the first try they trapped, and then I DCA'd. This is the DCA part. Possibly. Oh shit. Or I'm stuck. None of my positions worked. Come on. Well, at least I got reprieve from that trap. So, probably going to end up looking at 577 now if this thing keeps going. But we'll look for an entry. Yeah, I might have to call it a day on this broker, but. I was hoping for like a $600 day. If I had a $600 day, I'd be in the driver's seat. So it closed. Yeah, gosh, it's tough. Because this entry right here is essentially the same fucking entry, but it's just because we pulled back so much that, you know, maybe it's the bull's turn to run this up. I'm gonna close my charts and open them up again. I think it might be Sierra chart. Just bear with me while I see if I can fix it. Testing. Testing. Hello. Oh. Can you hear me? BS freaked out again. So fucking annoying. Finally figured out why my freaking chart was so small. As soon as I maximized the chart. Alright, well, it's still bearish. Didn't really get a great signal. Well, the first one that we took that we would have got trapped on, then the second one actually worked. So too bad. Opening range is printed now. Probably gonna take a run at the bottom if I know the market. We're deeply pulled back. It's a very sharp push. Bull's trying to catch the knife. Major announcement at 11. That's in 25 minutes. I wonder if that was what this stupid bullish push was about. It's like this should have been a short, and it just got turned around on. could short this, but probably should have. Yeah, Tanya isn't trading today, so look at that. Dang. Closing under the all-time high from before. Maybe. What a dump. As I said, I could have shorted this. But this is just crazy, crazy dumping. It's really deeply pushed back. Like in spots like this, you just expect it to zoom right back up. But this is one of the heaviest pushes I've ever seen. I wonder if Trump's got some major negative news. This is the definition of catching a knife. Ooh boy. Big push down. So again, I was just a little too early, but you never know. Like, there's a lot of testing that I could do. Cartel boat thing. Major announcement. Well, the level to look at is 444. And then they put in another one here at 360. Everybody's flat. I could short this too, but not sure that it's going to keep going. I'd have rather had a short on here somewhere. Jeez. Still going. I think everybody's waiting for the bounce. That's when the parasites make all the money. It's when they're all shorting, but the retails are like, oh, I'm too scared. I hope it bounces, really. So if I get left behind on these huge freaking moves, I really want to catch a big one today. I was short here when I came back from my break, I was like, I didn't have enough time to process what was happening. You know, this would have been the short at 527, 528, of course. But I just missed it, and then you know, like this kind of price action, you know, I could conceivably sit in that because it never really, if I would have shorted here, it never really threatened the position at all, and conceivably thinking that possibly could be in one of these. Just the way my mind has been working, I'm expecting to catch a larger trade. And when that happens, it'll be a celebration, bitches. Bulls are having a hard time bringing this up. Might the next leg might just kick off from here without a bounce. If it's as bearish as you say it is, Bulls really trying to bring it up, propping it up. Nope. No dice, Bulls, no dice. Come on. Bounce it reasonably. $275. Yeah, that's all time high left shoulder. And start getting into some old stuff. This FEG was drawn October 7th. The one below it was 10-2. This one. All right. What do we got here? No sleep till Brooklyn. Brooklyn. Oh yeah, what are they doing? Training on what? What don't you already know? Jeez. They're shadowing you or what? Is to shadow somebody else on your job? Yeah. Hmm. Cool. Robo support. Hopefully you get to see the next banger. We're so close, but this thing just wants to dump. Fuckers. Making a pin bar here, so could bounce. Well, it's not exactly a pin bar anymore. And these are the kinds of longs I was taking, you know, right off of these things. It's like, let's just pretend I longed that, you know, thinking, all right, it's bearish, now we're bouncing, right? So take some longs. You didn't get in the short because you're too silly to get into the short. But the next available opportunity in a bearish market is a long. And, you know, that's why I'm freaking wrong all the time. Remember longing these pushes that just get completely reversed on? You know, like the one candle. That's why I cut them after one candle, is because it's like I'm used to being trading on the wrong side of the market. I have to break myself of that habit now. By what? Not being bullish when it's bearish. And waiting for a proper setup. Which, you know, is fine and all. We missed this one level at 360. But, you know, I'm expecting more. Something over this level. How about this? If price explodes above, then I'll try. I'll try a sell stop on this level here. Only if it does. Just hit the level and fucking dumped. It's like, fuck. It's an exact touch. And maybe I'm being too cautious, but. Go up, go over it. It's just a range breakout. Breakout range, and it looks like a breakout attempt over 360, but it's been four touches. One actually closed above, and each time it got up to that level, it came immediately down off of a wick. So it's selling off on that level pretty handily. Could miss this next short if it doesn't properly bounce. Probably the beginning of a bottom. This will probably be a nice V shape, and then it'll probably go back up to here. We're at the bottom, so it's probably gonna. I would expect it to dump off here. Be nice to have another shot at 360. So weak. Up to touch the all-time high from the bottom. It's 400 basically. Got almost a touch at 360, but didn't get there. Fucking A. And I don't know why I want it to go up, but it's just like I feel more comfortable when the shorts are trapped. Fuck. speech in a few minutes. Catherine, good luck with your training. Hope it goes well. Hopefully when you see me next, I'll be 500 points in profit. I actually need about, let's see, what, 300 times 3, 900 points. That's what my goal is, for you to come on the screen and see 900 on the P&L. We're only 800 away. Just gotta be patient. Let's get 25. Let's go. You nuts. I have a feeling we're not going to get any more bounces. They just closed below finally, so maybe we'll get one. Come on, give me a good entry. This fucking short entry is so dang low. CCing if this doesn't go. Jeez. No way. I don't believe this. Not buying it. Come on, market. Oh my gosh. Come on. Yeah, I had to cut it because I'm just not experienced enough yet. But that was a good trade. And Catherine missed it, of course. Oh man, that was fun. Gosh, I'm not sure what's up with that drawdown business. I don't think I was 300 points under per account, or 400 points. Man, that doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna have to look at that bug. It's the second time in a row that the max drawdown has been whacked out. Let me see if I can figure out what the max drawdown was. See if I'm kidding myself. Max drawdown. Yeah, it says today my max drawdown was 52 points. Doesn't make any sense. Huh. Well, it looks like I don't know. I'll have to do some coding later. Maximum open loss 26 points. Maximum open loss 200 points. So 200 times 3 would only be 600, and it's like double. So maybe that's oh, you know what it is? It's dollars. That's right. It's dollars. So 600 total points in drawdown. Now it's 200 per account in drawdown. Seven trades, 100% profitable. 5 winning trades, 2 losing trades. Oh, flat to flat profitable. Average time to trade 2 minutes. All right, go us. We only need 400 bucks now to be back to where I was before I took a big loss last week. My R multiple's 2, which is fucking awesome. It's the best looking R I've seen on my account so far. Wild and crazy guy. I'm a trading beast. Crypto's bleeding with your rip. Only Catherine can see that message. Poor Catherine. Oh, dang. What a morning. I literally figured this new edge out yesterday, watching that huge rip that lasted from like 11 o'clock to the end of the market, and really made things click yesterday. I'm thinking, okay, we just had this huge bearish push. Now I'm thinking, I'm bullish now, right? You had a huge bearish push, and it's time to start buying. Done with the dump. Now we need to buy. Well, all of this action was essentially bearish. It's just the, I mean, this was bullish, but you know, so it's very interesting. Yeah, Bulenox doesn't really have a 85% off right now, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. 75% till tomorrow. So if you're buying a Bulenox account with me, be aware that it's not 83%, but 75%. Well, it's getting squeezy. Getting squeezy. You know, every single fucking bear entry in this chop has worked beautifully, except the one that I took. Isn't that fucking amazing? The one entry that had a blowout was the one that I ended up in. We'll get better. We'll get better. Can't believe Patrick Weiland's got 3,000 people watching his stream every morning. So crazy. It's a lot of people. It's even more than Tanya and even more than FSP. Zero Day J's got 60 people. He normally doesn't trade the New York. I'm interested in, well, this is a bottom manipulation, so everything's really just kind of really clicking. It's like, okay, well, I'm seeing a bottom manipulation, so that has to play out. This could be a possible bottom. It has been since. So in that 9:45, the bottom manipulation showed up. It's on my old chart that I check whenever I'm like, is it about to squeeze? And the manipulation happened, and then it kept making lower lows. And as soon as it made it a higher low, that's the one not to get into, because this is a bottom manipulation. It's becoming really, really clear. And then now we're trying to sweep the liquidity. This is the liquidity point at 290.75, and it almost did it here. Got to 292. But as soon as it clears the liquidity and bounces back up, this could be a bottom. But it also the bottom manipulations fail, and they keep ripping, and then it'll rip until another bottom manipulation happens. Oh, and in fact, there was one here that I missed. This was a bottom manipulation that failed. Swept the liquidity and no bounce. Dump. So very interesting. I'm gonna have to really think about, my new perspective on the market, and how that correlates with the things that I already know about the market, the things that I've been studying for years now. My software that I kind of gave up on since I've been developing this other idea. And they all just, combine into this, like, really overarching look at the market. Because right now we're in the range, and we're ranging, so that makes sense. We closed below the range low, which is that blue line that you see on your chart. It's the vestiges from my old system. So the range bottom and the range high. So above this is bullish trend territory. Below it is bearish trend territory. In between, as you can see, chop. So I tried to clear that liquidity, and usually that makes for a bottom where, like, it bounced here, but it did not clear the liquidity. So I don't believe it just yet. I'm gonna have to get me a money gun. There's the liquidity. I wouldn't trust any dumps down here if you're was shorting the bottom, expecting the FOMO into another leg down because this is a possible bottom right here. We are kind of in squeeze territory. Bullish sell side liquidity is on just above the all-time high left shoulder level, which is directly below price. So that would signify a attack of the SSL, which it hasn't hit yet. Been playing keep away since it got above it in this area and hasn't been able to get it again. So I could see a bounce. I could see a bounce forming. Regardless, you gotta be careful. I'm just so dang happy about it right now anyways. Like, I've had a good day. When I move my contracts to 1, so I'm just, if I take any more trades, it'll just be 1. Protect my profits. I mean, you have to understand, like, where I've been the past couple of weeks. I blew a set of accounts. I took, like, some heinous losses last week and earlier this week, and right now I'm clawing my way back, and just a couple of trades off of where I was. So I'm coupled with my improved perspective on the market and the declaration that today I become a professional. I'm just fine with watching it and talking about it for now. And I definitely want to get some programming time in. I was expecting to do it tonight, but if my day has been so fantastic that I might just start putting all these things together, because I have essentially 3 different studies with 3 different ideas in it. And what I want to do is combine them all and make them slick and sweet. Just put it on your chart, and basically sets up for exactly what I like. And I'm excited. I'm excited about it. Boo. Yeah, this may take another run, but you can't be shorting it down here. It's just like kind of a FOMO trade, This at this point, you can't say if it's gonna bounce, or you can't say if it's gonna dump. So you just have to be patient. Let the dumb money figure it out for you. What an interesting day. Really felt like all right, record this. 10:27. How far is it into my thing? I have no idea. 2 hours or so. 2 hours since I started the stream. 1028. When a bottom manipulation happens, the SSL will disengage itself from price. It will find a bottom, bounce. The bottom manipulation happens, and the SSL slowly moves away from price. And then it will try to hit it again. And if they successfully keep it away from SSL a second time, it's most likely a bottom. If they tag it even by one tick, the bounce will be a short. Note to my future self. Go back and look at it. You just figured it out. Alright? When the manipulations happen, the market tries to get BSL or SSL. And if it can't, then it's a bottom / top. If it can, you know, like obviously it will be there, like right there at the SSL and be like, can we get it? And if it bounces up before it gets it by one tick, then the bounce is not something to sell. So I'm just telling you, I think right now that this is not something to sell. As of yet. If it does tag it by one tick, like for example, when it did it here, there was I'll show you. Right in this area, okay? Price was inside the SSL. It was currently in premium, okay? The manipulation happened right here at 837. And then price left liquidity at 839. Then price then tagged it a second time. It dropped and hit SSL at 841. Then it bounced. There was the short. Now in this case, at the current bottom, price was trending down and into premium. The SSL is up here, for example. And then all this price action happened under the SSL. And then the bottom manipulation happened at 9:45. The SSL left price exactly 950. And then price is searching for it, and SSL is slowly just tracking down, and price is trying to get it, but every time it bounces beforehand. And then SSL is lining itself right up on the left shoulder, and it dives for it once again after chopping, and the SSL went below the left shoulder line, and then it ranged right there at the bottom and then bounced. So this is not something I would sell, because my opinion is as of right now, this is looking like a bottom. Unless it tags SSL, and then the next bounce you can short it. But I think I figured it out. Right now, the SSL is at 265.50. It's below the left shoulder. It's pretty fairly defended. It was just almost hit right here, but didn't get it. And now we're bouncing, and so this bounce should tell us a lot. If my theory is correct, this might be a bounce. Well, it looked like a bottom failure. It did take liquidity here. So I think we're back to being bearish. It was an attempt, and a second attempt at flipping the market, and it failed. So now, I think we're free to take shorts. Basically, the bulls had to bring it to 363.50, and they failed miserably. And then once they failed, then a short set up right here. At 323 and boomers. It's easy. I literally see it now. It's absolutely incredible. You know, I'm assuming this can still bounce. If this doesn't go, you know, this is your classic short stymie pattern going on right now. The idea is that you noticed the failure and took the short. And so you're in here waiting for the bulls to either catch this knife and cut it, or you're going to profit bigly on the next leg down. So if you were, you know, this is just a new realization for me. So you know, we're in bear territory. Obviously, we're still bearish, and that's that. Now the BSL's up at 323, which is where the short kicked off. So everybody's piling in. It's becoming so clear. They're obviously going to be gunning for the BSL because, why? They want to flip the market. To make it bullish, they have to tag the BSL. Stop out all the shorts. Right now, this whole section of ranging has been decided bearish. So, perfect. It's up to the bulls to get it up to the BSL, so they could. I don't know what's going to happen after that, but now that I have this information, I'm going to be able to change my life with it. But there's more story to be unfolded here. Figured out the first part. Now I have to see what happens. We're going to get a dump, or are they going to try to take the BSL again? Could it turn into a range here? It's been ranging for an hour. So maybe. You know, this is your typical pattern that you see right before the shorts dry up. Is where, you know, it's down here at the spot where it would kick off another leg down, and it just fucking doesn't do it. And then usually you get like boosh, 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 big green candles all the way through it all. But the idea is to be short way before this. So, you know, if it does do that to you, you can at least get out. But looks like we might be getting another leg down. How freaking interesting, man. I can't believe I have a narrative around the manipulations finally after all these years. I can't wait to code. So excited. to buy a missile silo. I'm going to buy a huge missile silo and renovate it to be my hideaway, survival compound with a ton of land, forest, and a river. It's a done deal. President Trump still hasn't made his announcement yet. Scanning the tubes. I don't think Vinny's in a spot. FSP is looking to buy 218. Methodical Man closed his stream down. Tanya didn't trade today. 0 Day J's on, but I don't know what he's doing because I never see his orders on the screen. Maybe I'll hire Megadeth to play at my next birthday party. At the compound, of course. Speak up now. Anybody here on the stream is invited. But you gotta say, I'm here. Might take me a little bit to pull it together, but I'll put you on the list. Bulls don't want to give it up, but we are kind of in robo resistance right now. Liquidity, BSL is getting lower and lower. The shorts are piling in, down to 25,300. You know, a huge victory by the Bulls would be to hold this level and then run up and stop out all the new shorts, which could very well happen, but it doesn't look like it will. Bulls are hanging in by a thread. Hmm. 5-minute candle. This might be the dump. So close. All it's got to do is go. But these bulls will not give it up. I wonder who are the people that buy this stuff? Because it really, just like institutional traders out here being like, we gotta prop it up, we gotta prop it up. It's amazing. essentially trying to find a bottom still. But it's already kind of been decided, in my opinion. Like it feels like the Bears won and that we should be getting a drop, but like this is it's tough because it might flip here if the Bulls can miraculously tag that BSL. It's dropped a good deal. So the bottom forming after the failure doesn't surprise me. Like this was still a decent short. If you would have took the failure, you'd be sitting happy right here, being like, you're not adding, you're not doing anything, you're just watching. You're in a large amount of profit in a short right now, if you properly entered. And I think this is fine for most people to sit in. Like a quick drop and then a range at the bottom of it. I think most bears are just chilling. What should we do? Nervous about it. Just get out of that. Well, I was in too early anyways, so I just what a bunch of BS. So the level is like 50% up this dump, so like I could conceivably short it again because I was in early. It's just being Mr. Smart guy. But if the Bulls are able to overtake this wick that they have, then that would be a bounce. And that's how they do it. Like this is the entry, and there you go. There's the blowout. So if they can hold it up here, that's a bullish sign. And they can't. They couldn't yet. Nope. Man, I am seeing the market today. I'm just trading apprehensively because, this is all like just, you're literally watching it click. And, I've been burned so many times that, like, once I start training myself on this system, this is gonna be done easy. I'm excited. I'm talking to no one. having the life-changing realizations in front of absolutely no one. I even invited everybody to my Megadeth-themed Cold War bunker birthday party, and nobody even spoke up. It's the second time I was in a banger short and cut it because I got scared. But man, am I pumped. This is where the buyers are. They need to hold it up, or it's going down. See ya. Man, that is fucking sweet, man. Tomorrow, I'm going to be in these trades. And hopefully, I get my system in order. Because I have it. It's all in shambles right now because I've been trying so many different things. And I'm going to put it all together today. So hopefully tomorrow I'll have like this pristine, beautiful system. No bugs. Robot trader. Everything. The robot trader won't be scared of any little teeny tiny drawdown. I mean, like I was expecting this green push to happen here, because it was kind of looking like that. It's like it shorted it. It's like right here, and it just would not. It was just dicking around too much. It's like, God dang. So this is where all the bulls that bought the bottom are dumping off their shit because they were on the wrong side, and hopefully get a nice push down. I can't even believe this. I literally discovered I discovered my edge right here on stream this morning. I knew I was like in bed last night. I was closing my eyes and I literally was thinking about trading and what I had learned the day before, and it was blowing my mind so much that I had to go and look at the charts. I got up and made sure my robot trader was off and looked at the charts, made a couple of trades, 166 points. It was literally like 5 minutes, and I came back to bed and was satisfied. But then today was just on a whole nother level. Catherine the Great, are you here yet? So liquidity, the BSL is now at the left shoulder zone, just above it. Just like before the bulls got wrecked, it was right there too. The bulls were right there. The SSL was on the all-time high left shoulder, and now it's at 25,200, 252. And we're trying to find a range bottom. This might be that institutional massive buy up to just go up and clear the BSL, and then the narrative spinning will continue, because we proved that the shorts were still on, but what happens after BSL is taken? What I do know is that a lot of retail shorts are about to get stopped out. New ones. Ones that short at the bottom here, waiting for this drop. And we got one, but you would conceivably think that people who were entering in on this range was expecting more. And what they got was this. So you can conceivably think that there's lots of liquidity right here, because these guys are all at break even now, expecting that big drop. They've already been in profit, and now they're about to get round tripped. But if the bears can keep them away from 280, then we might get that drop. This is not really my favorite spot to short. It's been more clear. It's been more bearishly clear today. I want to say that the short is probably fine right here. But eventually the bulls will trap the shorts, and I don't want to be in the trap. So there are plenty of opportunities to get short, and I've squandered most of them, and not willing to put my neck out there again. So basically, if it's bearish and you're short, you could short the wicks, and then the drop will happen, and then it's up to the bulls to get to your break even. But if you short down here, you're just asking to be trapped, because the drop happened and the bulls can easily retrace it. It's just you want to be short here so you can see that. Okay, obviously they're holding the 20 EMA now, and they're trying to bring it back up into this wick, and if they close above, then that is a trap short. And so you don't want to be short down here like I was. I was short here, and it went up on me, and it was like the beginnings of a trap, and we got that going here. So you want to be short here so you can have the clear head to see if this is going to be a short, or you're going to get trapped. So far, there's like four wicks on the short-term chart. It's still up in the air. Bulls have some work to do. And if you're sitting short at the top of these candles, then it's a lot easier to manage, because probability says you're at least going to see something in this zone. But maybe not. They did find support on the range bottom, the blue line on the chart. And we just printed new liquidity about 5 minutes ago, so now we have a new liquidity point, which makes perfect sense too. Like this could be the flip. Or a range, to see what the bullish reaction is, because they're currently over the shorts now, the new shorts. And they sold it off again. And then the bulls brought it all the way back up. Gosh, what a day. I'd probably be fine shorting this. It's almost the exact level I shorted before and dumped off before I got that nice push down. I wasn't in it. But tough to say here. I mean, I would definitely short this, but I'm too nervous to do it right now. I have to think about it more. I have to get more experience about thinking this way before I start taking trades in the lunch hour and whatever. Would have paid handsomely. That was a 40-point drop. You know, if you're cutting it here, great. You know, if you're holding for more, great too. Because if we were short up here at the very top, then it's not our problem. The morons who are buying around here, it's their problem. You're already in 40 points of profit. Like that's a good spot to be in. Having to overcome that huge bearish push. You can see 50% of this candle holding too, so. I'm not gonna buy it. Somebody's got to though. Poor people. The thing that has me concerned is that the new liquidity is there. So, it just got printed. Went down to touch it from the upside. And if it holds, which I've seen 1,000 times, we're going to get that bullish push. Maybe even to VWAP, which is currently exactly at 25.5. So that would be a nice trade, but to me, it's bearish. So there is no ability for me to buy this entire thing. My bias is keeping me out of longs, and until the bulls get to 25.55, then I will be bearish. You'll see like bullish pushes in the middle of these things. It's totally normal. You just gotta say, okay, well, we're getting squeezed now. If you're bearish, liquidity is at 304, and if the bulls can't get it, then maybe we'll get another push down, and it just keeps going over and over and over again. The fight to see who can take liquidity. So we're up here trying to take liquidity, and if they can get it, then it might might turn into a range here. Or if they can get it and close way above it, they might take it up to 555. But I will be I'll be at the pool at that time. You know, I like to start my trading day with a confirmed bias, and that's what happened today. And most of the days that happens, and most of the days the bias for the trading day is decided overnight. Like last night, it dumped off, and then went through a little bit of spurting to try to say, okay, we're gonna bounce it, and then it failed, and then boom, you're bearish for the rest of the day. And I'm happy to be done for the day, because this thing could go as far as it can go, and we're not bullish, so we're not in it. Period. So, you know, like all the times that we were in the past, you know, trying to long these ranges, and essentially they always fail, and being in the push is exceedingly hard because they're constantly trying to dump it, and it feels terrible to long these things. And then eventually you get a small push, but getting in them as a scared retail investor is extremely difficult. And they took it. They took BSL right, SSL at 11:11 exactly. So that was the first time they've been able to get the SSL. And they actually did get it right before the second bottom. They were able to get liquidity there. So I guess a direct touch of liquidity is not like required to bounce it, or it doesn't necessarily cancel the bearishness, because they did get into liquidity right here at 8:49. So I have to watch that, because they got into liquidity here. So you know, the structure is good. They got a little double bottom here with a higher low, and then a bigger double bottom with another higher low, and this is a very supportive structure coming in for another higher low. So it looks finally bullish for me. I'm glad you learned a lot. It's cool. Yeah, we had a great day. And not only that, but I've been talking for an hour about my life-changing realizations about trading. And I told you this morning I was going to become a professional today, and I think it freaking happened. I am seeing the market like I have never seen it before. I'm bearishly bullish right now. You know, it's up to the bulls are going to bounce it, and good for them. But being bearish, I'm not in it. You called it, huh? What was it? What was your level? 275? Oh yeah, I blew through that. In fact, that's the new breakout point now. So as you can see, we're still getting some really great bearish runs because the market is bearish. This is for the bulls to decide. You know, like if they don't have it, it's gonna keep going down. And if you're taking shorts in the bearish zones, then you have time to decide. Because, like, you know, I think this should have held as a short but you know the bulls got a little extra and they took SSL. Essentially, they stopped out the people who were in right here, and so they're slowly gathering up enough buying to overcome the rest of it, because they've overcome this. They just stopped it out and they took liquidity. So now they have to go back down to continue to bounce it at this bottom, gather up another load of bulls, and then start attacking these highs. They have a lot more liquidity. So it's very, very interesting. And you know, like I said, this is bearish. So what they're doing is they're kind of fucking up this bottom structure that the bulls have created. It's not fun for bulls right now. Definitely above my pay grade to be buying this shit. Because like I said, we've already decided our daily bias. It was clearly bearish. So any of these bullish impulses, you just gotta let them go. If you're a trader like me, you know, there's a chance that it could, like I said, go up into the 500s, and you know, good for them. I'd rather it be at over, you know, closer to 600 for me to change my bias for the day. But it's the lunch hour, and we don't care. Go for it, bulls. Have a great time. Let's see. I was what was I short at last? I took a scratch trade right here. I was short right on the tip of that wick and got that push, and it wouldn't go, and it was just sitting up here, and I fucking dumped it for nothing, and it ended up going. My last short was right here. That was the one that profited on. I held it to this area. Took profit at 326. So I took short 362 and took profit at 326, and made 80, 100, 100. It's probably close to 150 point per account trade right there. No, not 150. Hold on, I can't add. 80, 90, 100, 128. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. One of them was for break even. So great day. I am freaking pumped. I'm ready to start programming. This is gonna be my when I get this finished with all the ideas that I've come up with in the past 24 hours. This is gonna be my system. This is it. This is it. It's gonna be like Algobox easy, baby. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is looking terrible for the Bulls, but it's still good. This is they're trying to find that right shoulder, and it looks precarious as heck. Like this could easily dump off, easily, and that's why you don't buy this. Even though it looks like like if this bounces here, then great, that's a bottom, okay. But why would you buy it? Because it seems like the odds at this point are like you're just playing. Um, you're on the wrong end of the probability. And if the Bulls do bounce it here, great, golf clap time. But we are not in it. We could have been short. We were thinking about it. We didn't. Learned a lot about liquidity. But the play here is to be short whenever you can, and then when the market goes and tests the Bulls, you are in a massive amount of profit, and it's up to the Bulls, the dumb money, to bring this up again. Because right now we're close to 100 points in profit on this short that we passed up. And so I would just put my hands behind my head and be like, "Do it, Bulls." That's the name of the game. Still looking terrible, but in the proper spot to bounce it. It's absolutely amazing. The big realization today has been like, being feeling comfortable entering in short. So you can put yourself into these positions where the market goes back to test the Bulls, and it's not your problem anymore, and vice versa. I think I became like this. I became smart money today. And let's not get crazy. I still got I got a lifetime of trading ahead of me, but I'm feeling very, very confident right now. And this is, like I know all of these patterns. Like I'm sitting here being like, and this is where we need to see 2 wicks over the blue line, like I always talk about. But the thing is I'm thinking, should I get short here? Should I long here? Is this gonna fail? Because I'm never short here on these wicks when I should have been. That's where you should be at, not deciding about these silly patterns down here, because I could see them. I saw the second wick, so it's great. Makes me feel even more confident about more dumping. But I don't care about it because I should have been short 100 points above. And I'm just sitting here waiting to see what happens. And that's the advantage of what I've done. I've learned all these patterns in how things are going at the worst spots to be trading. That even makes me more powerful. because you know, like you're trying to get in a trade, and you're like, all right, they're trying to find a bottom, so you buy, right? That's your normal course of action. You're buying this thing, and it's literally like 80% probable that it's going to be more downside from here. The 20% of the time the Bulls win and bring it back up for a bounce, great, you know, great. But now I don't care. It's amazing. See? So they just tagged SSL again, and you know, still could bounce, could turn into a range. Liquidity is basically framing the range that already exists here, and great. The BSL is at 200, and the SSL is in just about 290, I would say, just by eyeballing it. It's like this is it. It's like, okay, here's the short entry. Like there is a short entry here. But the point is that you should be short 100 points higher than this, and now I have the power to be able to do it. And in true dumb money fashion, you know, they're already getting trapped a little bit. So it's really amazing. I'm just zinging with electricity right now. I had so many dopamine shivers today. It's amazing. Wow. And they're trapping the bottom shorters. 275. Kind of a double bottom. So lower low. And a higher low above, or a higher high and a lower low now. So essentially, you could draw a bearish fib on it. Let me show you, which is even more incredible. So like all of the tools that I've been using over the years, it just finally they're all meshing together. Gotta fix my chart here. Oh no. So hopefully this didn't fuck it up. Drawing 9. Chart is 13. Lucky 13, huh? The chart that I made all these realizations on is chart 13. So we have a higher high and a lower low. Draw a fib between them, and now we have even more guidance. This is a bearish fib. We got three profit levels, signifying SSL, BSL, entry points. It's all just oh, here's the 50% line. So what we're looking for on the 50% line is a rejection. So what I like to see over the 50% line is a push up and then a push through it. Like one candle up and then one candle down through it. And when you see that over the 50% line, that gives you the direction. The blue lines are fib levels that I like to enter on. This is a good first step, and this is what I always used to like, where I used to DCA at, and this is where your stop should be. You know, technically, your stop should probably be up here. How freaking amazing. God. Let's watch this one play out. So it's coming up to the entry line that I like. Right? Hit it directly. Look at that. Now this is probably gonna, bounce and then try to hold the 50% as support. Once again, you should be short 25 points higher They don't care what happens at the 50% line. Like I said, I like to see rejections off the 50%. So push up and then a straight immediate push down red candle. Green candle, red candle. And when you see that, that's perfect. A perfect setup. You're expecting more, you know. But the lines are pointed up now. The EMAs are pointed up, or the 9 is. And so far, my entry level, the dotted blue line, is holding as a good entry so far. Alright, here's a second push into it. You still have 2 minutes to make this look bouncy, so there's plenty of time for the bulls. I mean, the short has set up. If the bulls can prop it up above 260, then you know, you might want to dump your shorts. They're trying to trap it right now. Didn't quite get there, but it is setting up nicely for a rejection off the 50%. So this is exactly what I like to see. Push up into the short, into my short levels. A closure above. You got 52 seconds left, and then a straight rejection. It looks pretty bullish though. Boom. And they didn't let him close it above the 50%. So they're probably going to try to tag that wick again for sure. Here it goes. Some crazy shit, man. touch on the dotted blue line. I think if this candle closes in these wicks, then we're gonna get that rejection. Because what price needs to do, or the bulls need to do, is close it above that wick. At 3 minutes to go. It could close anywhere close to the top of it, I guess, because it just signifies that there wasn't a close above, so essentially hiding the close behind the wick. And if they do, you know, like I said, the rejection is a good possibility. Then it'll be up to the bears to close it below 50%, which is that cyan line on the fib. And a touch of the red and the black and white signifies that the bulls were able to take the liquidity, and usually means it's going to set up on the top of that black and white for a bounce. When it goes up there, it'll just range on it for a while, and then boom. So they did close above on the short-term chart, so there's that. Got a minute 22 to hold this. See it close right in here and then straight down. But like I said, you know, it is looking fairly bullish. 50 seconds. It's a fight. All right, now the bears need to close this candle under the 50% without the red line being hit, which doesn't look likely, you know, really. It's in a spot where it's like currently looks like it's bouncing. If this closes above, up in that near that red line, then that will be a bullish fib that I could draw, because this one, the bearish fib that I drew, just got invalidated essentially. There we go. Invalidated. So the bears did not hold this fib here, and what we can do here is erase this one and draw the bullish one. looks exactly the same with the 50% line right there. The bullish entry point is down here, and this is our targets. The top one is VWAP. So isn't that interesting? All right, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. right, so this is that level that when it blows, it sets up on top of. So it has to expand above the dotted line, and then it usually kind of ranges. And if it's going to go for those profit targets, it's going to set up a wick over the dotted black and white line. And then there's a very real chance that it could turn back at 363, and 50% of this level at 391, and 50% of this level at 437. So the bears are getting squeezed right now. Liquidity is remaining at 321. So we are into SSL premium right now. Like, this could fail, for sure. The dotted line does not always signify that this is a bullish run. But again, we're squeezing right now. So this is not like, this is probably a breakout, like something you FOMO into and hope for the best. Because, like, there are those profit targets up there. So, like, I think I even want to adjust my fibs to be like the second take profit is here and the third is here, because the middle ones actually are better judges. But I'm still on the fence. I used to use fibs tons back in the day, and I have a lot of experience trying to enter off of them. And I do know that the third take profit level does get hit usually eventually. But sometimes a good deal into the future after ranging and proving the bullishness of this move. It's like, how far do you expect the squeeze to go? That's kind of the question, and not one that I really care to answer anymore, because of the knowledge that I have before this moment happens. That's where my edge is. They're going to have to hold this dotted line. So that I do know. We're bullish in bearish territory, squeezing the bears. Absolutely incredible. There are two levels that got made here, and the 50% is right here between the two levels, which makes perfect sense. Right on the opening range low. I mean, it's literally smack dab in the middle of these two ranges, these two levels that I made. And right here is where we're usually long. It signifies a lot of dumb money completely stuck and underwater. A royal screw job at 444, basically, where the Bulls got this bounce and it was looking like they got a nice bullish push here, and then the first bounce got wrecked. There is a bounce here. See that little wick on that candle? That's the buying I'm talking about. Lo and behold, 50% of these two profit fibs, which is a common spot for it to turn back. If it's that strong, it can get there and then turn back. Same thing with this, 50% of this. In this case, we have some points of interest in the upper quarter of this fib range here. So it is interesting. Oh baby, I'm on a seven win streak. All right, just one off my all-time record for these accounts. And Huey says I'm a murder bot. 4-0 flawless. Crypto's bleeding red. It was earlier, right after you went into your earlier, Huey made a nice, kind of a pun with what he said about crypto in my P&L. He said something like, "Crypto's bleeding, but you're on fire," or something like that. It was funny. It's like, oh, Catherine is gone. But here we go. We're bouncing off this black and white line, and it's important for them to hold this. This is the spot that decides whether or not the profit fibs get hit. And I'm not talking about like, maybe I am, but they're more like targets. The green fibs are targets. And it has to hold that dotted line. Oops. And the Loki line is directly below it, and that is usually where it will bounce. And I call it the Loki line because when I used to use these fibs, this was the point where I would always get screwed, where you'd be short, let's say, and you're like, all right, let's get moving, and then the Loki line bounces it back up. It's a very common spot to get a move in the opposite direction of your bias. Come on, hit it. Nice. All right, we'll see what happens. Bulls are kind of on their heels here. And if we get a red candle through that 50%, this is 100% back to being bearish. It closed below the Loki line, so I'm assuming this is gonna fail. But actually, we might be heading for that noon liquidity, and then if we do touch the noon liquidity, then that'll leave it open to reversing that candle. Because you remember, I like to see over the 50% line a push one way and then a rejection candle right next to it, and that hasn't happened yet. We got this bullish push through liquidity, and it needed to hold this. So as it comes down, let's just pretend this red candle closes right here, or maybe like a little wick on the end of it. And then if the bulls can bring it back through the 50% line, that is the clearest signal that I could think of right now that says the market flipped. I don't think this is going to hold, but it could. Okay, touching the new liquidity. You can't, if you're bullish, you kind of want to see it close here. And then the work is that you have to overcome this massive red candle. Otherwise, it's bearish. And, even bouncing it above the 50% is not what I would say a flip, which they're already trying to do. They're trying to close above the 50% line, and that's not going to be good enough for me. I mean, it might be good. It's like, regardless of where this closes, the bulls are going to have to completely engulf this candle. The red part of it, at least. The body. is, the harder that's going to be. Because it already looks extremely bearish. These huge red candles are not going to be easy to reverse, and that's what it requires at this point. Essentially, maybe they brought it up too high and failed. You know, maybe that's the kind of the narrative. The bulls squeezed too hard and weren't able to hold it to go for those target fibs. And you know, obviously you would expect that finding a bottom. It's not just like usually straight up, but I've been there, seen that a bunch. All right, so this is it. This is where the bulls need to make their stand if they're going to flip this market. They got to buy these blue lines and at the same time completely reverse that red candle. If they can do that, then the market's flipped. Ugly push. Like, they blew through the Loki line, which is troublesome. They weren't able to hold the black and white dotted line. Troublesome. Now we're into the spot where the bulls need to buy. These two blue lines are the bullish entry fibs. And liquidity is down below. You can see that there. And you know, usually a sweep of liquidity occurs in this manner, and then it'll be, you know, the bears' job to, or the new shorters down below where the bulls try to hold this line. The bears have to try to push it down from here, and then you know, that will be another fib in the other direction, and it'll be a bearish fib. And then we'll start the same process over by having to weather through the bounces and trying to look for these profit targets on the downside. So far, I mean, this is the level to buy is 234.50 or 234 something close. 233 unleashed. And we have a backup fib at 221. And sweep of liquidity would be at 190, 192. And the spot where the bulls can get pounded is anything under 167. Okay, we got a bounce. Over the 50%. If this thing closes above that red candle, it's going to be exciting. Got a minute to get this shit moving. green doji is not going to cut it. It's absolute no trade zone for me. You know, in the future, I would be short right here in 2,500 points of profit, watching this action and being like, should I take profit here? That's what this area is for, not for entering. Right now, I'd be holding, looking for that 50% reversal. And the harder the crappier these bullish candles are, like, let's just say this green candle will close right here. Very high probability that a tiny bull candle over the 50% will get completely rejected, and that is the signal you need to remain bearish. Because the bulls have a lot of work to do here to make this a bottom. And so far, they're not very excited yet. I would love to see a close over the 50% and then a rejection of that close. Three and a half minutes. I'm going to sign off soon because I want to start getting this system finished, and but I am very keenly excited about this price action. Want to call it. It's total party house. All card field. It's a total party house. Kind of want to be there. Let's bust this fucker. Got a minute and a half to close above the 50% line. You know, and I'm expecting. I've already seen a rejection on the short-term chart, but I'm expecting to also see one on the 5-minute. So, you know, I would prefer it close above the 50%. I'm just like to make my narrative solid. Is I would like to see a close above the 50%. Got a minute left. Otherwise, it just might dick around for a while. It might sweep liquidity, bounce again. You know, I'd rather just see this buttoned up and be like, there you go, folks. We're bullish. Because I want to sign off. And there you go, folks. We're bearish. Because they still have to prove the close above. And if it keeps going, well, then that's probably a bullish sign. But the probability is higher that if this little green candle closes above the 50%, which it didn't, a higher probability of it rejecting it. So it tested we closed below the noon liquidity too, which is another negative on the bullish case. Have to wait another 5 minutes to figure out what is gonna happen. At least 10 minutes actually. I want to see an immediate rejection. Whether that is bullish or bearish, I don't know yet. But the candle must close over the 50% or under the 50%. And the bulls had a chance to bring this up after this red candle closed below the 50%. Then I wanted to see an identical green candle next to it. And that's what I'm talking about. You know, like they're making these little teeny tiny candles. Well, not teeny tiny, but like not big enough to engulf this. And it's taken them 3 candles so far. And they're, you know, hiding behind the wicks. They're going to probably try to close it right here. So they're going to have another opportunity to make another wick and then close it under it and then just keep doing that. I call it a wick ladder. Because if it closes over this wick, then that is where, you know, a close above usually has a pullback attached to it. Which makes perfect sense, because if you got this smaller candle here that's inside this red bar, and then we get an identical small rejection candle that's like whatever this size is, if we get an immediate rejection candle next to it, the probability is very high because it's very easy to do that. We're not talking these massive red beefy ones. Rejecting just a little close above green candle will be way easier. So I'm very optimistic on the bearish case, but you know, it is up in the air. Left. So like, for example, for it to close right here would be amazing. Because then you would expect that the bears would be able to easily take that back down. If it closes over the 9, might be a little bit more suspect. But regardless, you know, if they do reject it, that's all I'm looking for. And then I'm comfortable being bearish. That's it. They could close this green one anywhere. But if it gets rejected, that is the sign that I'm looking for. Is that right? You think it's gonna hurt hymns? Some kind of like government program to give the fatties free GLP-1s or something, or forcing insurance to cover it, or trying to bring the price down. What did he talk about? Offering discount. Novo Nordisk. So, it rejected this red candle, but not exactly how I like to see it happen, So, still more wishy-washiness. So now, for this to remain bearish, this candle has to close below the 50%. Easy peasy. They're squeezing it. They're squeezing again too. Let's go, Bears. Somewhere along the line, the Bulls really ripped this thing up. It's going to be hard to overcome that green candle, especially with this green one after it. It makes a big wick candle, but it's looking like a strong push. And the buy fib, as you can see, there's a wick over the buy fib, so that's another bullish sign. Back to the liquidity point. I think this might be flipping a bit. They haven't even got close to the opening range low. It's pretty insane. Come on, Bears, kick it in. Still got 2.5 minutes because they could conceivably close this candle below the 50% line. It would be pretty incredible, but they could still do it. A close in this area would not be immediately bearish, so we'd just have to wait for another fight to happen over the 50% line. And, let's say there's like small candles that go, small bearish candles that descend down to the 50% line. Well, like the people making this, the side making the smallest candles around the 50% line are the ones that most likely to lose, because those are the ones that can be easily retraced. I don't know what's got everybody so bullish about it. Seems like it's gonna start ranging here rather than having these profit targets hit. touched the 105 since we dumped through it. So usually there's a confirmation touch on the 105. So notice how the 105 is slowly creeping down to that third take profit level. And it's just about the right timing for this thing to really rip all the way up there and touch the 105. Which would essentially be a conversion of VWAP. And then the whole process starts over again. It's like a reset. Okay, we've been bearish, now we're at VWAP. Where are we going to go from here? Is it going to try to be bullish? It's going to resume the bearish trend. It's kind of like another decision point where I wouldn't be taking trades. I don't trade around VWAP. I trade away from it. At least right now. I don't have as much experience of VWAP chop, as they like to call it. Well, regardless, it's a very impressive performance by the Bulls. I'm starting to get annoyed with how slow it is, and it's kind of like interesting feeling because I get the same feeling when I'm like broke and trying to find a trade, and I'm like, why is this fucking around so much? I can't short this. I can't long this. And the reason is because I want to sign off the stream and start programming. And it's not because I'm broke with no ability to trade. Because this is kind of like in a question mark area. You know, are the Bulls going to bounce it? I don't give a fuck. It's a good feeling, a good place to be in. It is triggering me though in different ways, which is so funny. Because like now I'm like, I don't care about what happens. But the, it'll be, it's an interesting exercise to be able to tape read. I guess my drawdown could have been $1,200. It's amazing how fast it goes, you know, because like when you're down 100 points, it doesn't feel that bad to me anymore per account. And I looked when I got into that short and it pushed up a few points. Like I was short right in this area near the bottom, and then it kind of pushed up on me and tapped the 9. And I was just like, all right, I bought more, or I sold more. And, apparently it was just this little teeny tiny candle. And it looks tiny on the short-term chart now. And it just, the scale of this thing really is playing tricks on you. I was short 324 or so, and that's 40 points a contract. that drawdown, and it was barely anything. I look at that and like that's normal looking to me, normal chop looking after an entry to me. But the size of these candles are so fucking massive. So and then taking profit in 2 seconds on a freaking push down here. Like I held until it broke the 20, and I didn't want to get any pullback. I was hoping for this area, but of course it went to the 9 instead. Or of course it bounced and went to the 9 again. And I ended up taking profit. Just a little bit into this reversal wick on the bottom of this candle, and that was enough for 300 freaking points. Crazy. And the first load was in was underwater, so I lost money on my first entry, but I made 300 points on my second entry and taking profit here. It's amazing. All right, so looks like we're gonna try to get some expansion here. Bulls put in that work. I'm not particularly impressed by it, but like, you know, they did reverse a big candle. Like you see this down candle, and it took 3 candles to reverse it. I really like to see the next candle reversal, so I'm reserving judgment that, you know, we might not be done with the 50% level there. But you know, it is bullish in slowly inching its way back up to you know, we're over halfway to VBOP. So this is a big moment, a big level here. The first take profit level turns price back very often. So that would be a measured move at 383. So if the bulls get there, that's the exact same size as this push. So 158 points, and this line ends at 158. Right in the center of those 2 fibs, which, like I said, is a very spot that turns back. So is this. Very rarely does this fib get hit, but it sometimes does, and it usually happens down here. You know, like some time passes, you're already moved on from this fib, and if it's still on the chart, eventually this will get hit. But it takes a while. Close above the longer term EMA. And, you know, there's a couple of negatives right now for the bulls. Is that they're at this level. It's important, turn back level. And if they don't hit that measured move metric, you know, like that's another feather in the cap of the Bears. If this starts reversing before it gets there, you know, they didn't get a measured move. Came close, but they weren't able to do it. It took them fucking long enough. And the EMAs are slowly turning. You know, they're not upward yet, but you know it takes a while for long-term EMAs to turn up. They're not as steep as they were. It's like look at this one up here in the from this early morning. You know, it was flat EMA, and price just popped right through it. Well, we got to close above it here, but look at how steep it is, and look how long it's taking to turn. So you can kind of like just see like that kind of action. Alright, well, it's pretty slow, pretty boring. On the short-term chart, there's just a bunch of candles that have wicks on the top. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 short-term candles with wicks this take profit level. It's not to say that it all can blow in 1 second, but you know, the bears are trying to hold this level down, obviously. And you know, there's still probably more fighting to be done over the 50% line. First take profit happened for the bulls. Possibility for more. Could be attacking this liquidity void. It could be searching for the opening range low. A lot of the times, if this is going to remain bearish, it will close just shy of the opening range low and then go back down. You know, who knows? But not tradable for me. And going too slow. I wish that I could have made a definitive call either way, but it's just kind of too slow. Too slow. Too stinky. Too small. Too small. There you go. You got it. I would like the car to be stinky. I could not come up with any good car ideas because Paul keeps farting. Who's more popular now, Paul? Alright, looks like we're rejecting that fib for now. Hopefully heading back to the 50 to do some more battle. Bulls are kind of been controlling things for now, but these red runs are massive. So the bulls are getting a little bit more action, but the bears are still just ripping the shit out of them. You know, bounce off this black and white line would be great. That's obviously necessary. Like the range high in my system is where the trends occur. So if we're gonna get more expansion, it's gotta expand over the orange line and then hit it and then keep going. So that's where we're at. You know, some nice little conversions there, the range high, the 9 EMA, and that fib line that kind of represents liquidity. That's what I always said. What I tell myself. Bulls can't help themselves. It's the portion of the day that's so fucking annoying when you're still looking for your trades. Because, you know, we're supposed to be bearish. Why are they trying to set it up like this? No right shoulder. I mean, there is, but it's such a screwy looking bottom. Just seems like there's an unfinished business to be had down south. So like in this stage of the game, like the bulls are playing like this game, like, will you allow us to take this? And then they try it a bunch of times. They get push through. Will you allow us to take this? Will you allow me to wick this candle on the 9? You know, just it could change in the drop of a hat the way this looks. It's like a child trying to sneak a candy bar or something. Where you're in bearish territory, but the bulls just keep inching it along. I still haven't got this measured move. That's at like 282.75. So I'm going to get rid of it. Big old red hammer. A bunch of buy stops up there. Didn't get them. Let's go Bears. Fuck these bulls. So now VWAP is directly on the third fib line up there. Anyways, like and subscribe to the stream for me, please, if you can do that. Appreciate all my listeners. And make sure you come back, because there's big things brewing here. And I'm not talking about being a fake guru or whatever. I'm just saying, I'm feeling real good. So, come back, learn a thing or two. Maybe someday you'll buy my Sierra chart indicator. I'm going to be starting development from scratch, incorporating all the code that I've done over the years into one master system. And it's going to be cut and dry. Like, it's going to just tell me exactly what I'm thinking. Because it's basically my thinking translated into a set of indicators. And you'll be able to have me on your shoulder while you navigate the market every day. But I'm going to take off. So we will see you tomorrow. I have a nice few hours of development before I got to get out of here. Come back and see me tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning for open, and I hope all of you have a good day. Peace out.